Well, hello everyone. Hi Teresa. Hi Ashley. Ladies doing today? Yeah, I'm still sorting through time of that. Thank you. I know, pretty boring. You gotta take care of boring things to maintain the fun things, they say. Hey, KK. How you doing? Yeah. Haven't had the opportunity for something to mess up the day yet. Uh, well, I'm starting out with trying to finish sorting out my spare diamond dots so I can utilize them in other projects. Yeah, I let it get away from me, so it became a project. Well, they're basically flat back jewels. So anyway, you would use a flat back jewel. Or you could even if you're truly artsy in the sense of like pictures and painting and stuff like that, you can a drawing, you can create your own image and use the colors from this to quote paint it. Me, it'll just be like having flat backs. I'm not like the super artiste. Hey, Willow.
Morning, everyone.
You know, as long as you got glue, you can use them anywhere.
Pardon?
You could take a picture frame and glue them to that. You can. Ooh, that's actually a pretty good idea. But anyway, yeah. So I mean, whatever you can stick something to, you know, you can stick it to it, as they say.
Oh, are we talking about the dots?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're just basically little faceted flatbacks.
Yep. And they got a little sparkly, and they got, you know, some of them are a little more muted in the sparkle department, but most of them are kind of little sparkly. Have a gloss coating on them.
They also have just like blank sheets of the sticky stuff that you can buy and do your own thing.
Yeah.
Make your own design.
Well, you don't even necessarily have to buy. I mean, you use a canvas or something with, you know, sturdy as a background, a thicker cardstock paper, or, you know, something sturdy. You just use glue.
They wanted to have a go at the kind of diamond dotting thing, but don't like the designs that are out there. They can make their own.
Yeah, and you can actually buy these. I haven't yet stumbled across them because I haven't looked for them yet. Apparently, you can buy the colors in the stores.
Yeah.
But I have to buy.
Hobby Lobby carries a line of them. You just buy them in jars. But yeah, you can glue them to anything. haven't been to bed yet, but I wanted to pop on and at least hang out for a little while.
Okay.
But yeah, for the most part, those are they're kits, and you always have leftovers, and you have to sort out a means to organize and store the leftovers so that you have them for other things.
Mhm.
I mean, I know that they sell them for nail art.
Yep.
You know, you can go there with them too.
Yeah. Basically, anywhere you glue anything to, you can use them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it used to be that they were harder than hen's teeth to find. Now they're everywhere,
Mm-hmm.
which is pretty awesome. I use them to embellish doll stuff too.
I mean, this is just as simple as you want to put a twinkle in the eye of a portrait, a picture that you made, and you want that twinkle to stand out. You can use one of these. You know.
Yep.
You know, simple as that. One single one of them. You know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you just never know where you'll find some neat place, you know. I mean, I've seen people embellish with, you know, like the clear silver-backed ones
Mm-hmm.
on doorknobs. You could use these too. They're the same thing, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much anywhere you can put glue, you can put them. I've even used them on, you know, like hat bands and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff like that, you know. Or a little doll purse, you know, give it a little bling. Or doll sandals. But yeah, picture frames. Just all kinds of stuff. Paper crafts, homemade cards.
Hey, John.
Morning, John. I mean, I've even seen where guys have glued a couple on a fish lure to give it a little, you know, to catch a little light.
Yeah.
Why not?
You use marine glue, it should work.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much just boils down to using the right type of adhesive wherever you go to put them. But yeah, they're just a basic craft supply. So the leftovers are bonus.
Mm-hmm.
like stasis. Trying to combine and kind of reorganize her little stash. Which basket's starting to overflow with little baggies.
Yeah. There's 2 different colors in it.
Yeah.
It must have been one of the first ones where I just threw them together.
Yeah, if you do a lot of those kits, you gotta keep them, grouped together and all that stuff. Otherwise, yeah, you end up with a basket that cascades.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Hi, Ella.
And the great thing about the kits nowadays is pretty much a good 95+% of them all have the DMC code in the little legend for the colors and symbols. So you can bag them together using that code. And the colors will match the number. Yeah, the colors will match the number of
After I already
DMC flosses.
I already started sorting and putting them together by eye. And I think I'm doing pretty darn good considering I started them as I'm going through them.
Yeah. So when I first started buying them, not all of them had that, but the majority of them do now because people they figured out that that's the continuity that is going to help people to store them.
Well, probably when they initially did it, they probably thought it was just something people were going to make, and then they would just
discard.
For the most part,
yeah.
The experts, yeah.
Crafters don't discard leftovers from kits. They just don't. If they do, they regret it.
Well, I'm sure they weren't thinking that crafters were going to be doing this. They thought probably kids, like a kids project or something like that, when they initially came out, I'm sure.
I don't know.
A teen,
Basically, they thought wrong and they had to modify. It wasn't that complicated to modify. But I just like that convenience because I have like 99% of the DMC collection, so having those comments a super plus.
Yeah, but then you get the crazy people. Okay, here's my code. Here's some other code, and here's at the end. It's like, God, crud, man. Just use one code, man.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They're doing that more now. They're using the DMC codes across the board. There's very few that don't have that anymore. It's just helpful because if you're a stitcher, you look at the color and you're like, ooh, and you check and, yep, it's the number that popped into your head, Close to it. But I'm weird that way, so maybe that's not the case for everybody. I don't know.
Well, if you have that kind of correlation of numbers memory, then yeah, that works.
Well, I've just worked with floss for so many years.
You can at least get in the color grouping 2 or
Yeah.
3 away from each other, yeah.
True, Kathy, but you can find conversion charts online for pretty much any brand. And a good bit of those charts convert to DMC. Because DMC was the forerunner for a very long time. So they kind of became the standard. But they can't replicate the exact numbers. So they do their own numbering system, but they put out a conversion chart. Keeps it legal. And most of their conversion charts are free online because, you know, they want people to buy their thread because it's more affordable. You know, they want those sales. But, you know, you can convert, you know, in case you're a DMC brain like me. But I only use DMC, so aside from, you know, like the overdyed, you know, the kitschy brands, I use a few of those here or there. I use the Krennic blending filaments, that kind of thing. But for the most part, yeah, the general floss, yeah, 99.99999% of my stuff is DMC. The only ones I don't have are the absolute newest numbers.
No, keep going. Either back up or come straight through, girlfriend. There you go, alternate route. That works too.
I wish, Kathy, but I have dual-sided trays that I bought years ago. They snap together and they line the top shelf of closets. So there's about 4 or 5 feet of these trays lining the shelf of my closet. And every bit of it's DMC and specialty overdyed. But the specialty fits in like one side of one of those dual-sided trays. Because, you know, that stuff's pricey and can't afford it. So I only use that stuff for special things. But I've been a needle worker since I was a kid. And I learned on plastic canvas class before school started. It didn't take me long to, you know, like first trip to Walmart, plastic canvas stuff. I was like, ooh, refined look across it versus the kind of clunky look of the canvas. And kit to try. They were, you know, just like a little ornament or something. Yeah. I still do plastic canvas on rare occasions for very specialized things. I'm pretty picky about that stuff because, like I said, some doesn't have the detail two-dimensional aspect, but I've also learned how to do three-dimensional cross stitch, you know, just facing or whatever, and you know, so I get a kick out of that. Oh yes, I love embroidery too, and crewel work. But if I'm doing cross stitch, I don't want I want counted. I'm just not fond of the embellished cross stitch. I learned counted, and I'm die hard cross stitch. So when I do a design, yeah, it's full on. But I mean, I showed on here, I don't know what, a couple of weeks ago, some of my petite cross stitch. Which is teeny, 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 tiny. That can be challenging, but they do have needle threaders, you know, where you can just like put the needle in and you put the thread in and you hit a button and it just does it for you. But I mean, I still thread beading needles, so. So even a 28 count needle for cross stitch is huge compared to a beading needle for 15-aught seed beads. And I'm a third blind in one eye. I just have learned to adapt. I love it so much that I make it happen. That's the big thing. Otherwise, go with the pre-threaded needle concept, and when a daughter or a niece or whoever comes over, have them load all your needles, thread all your needles for you. You're good to go for hours. I haven't had to go there yet, but I've done it for people. That was something that I did as a caregiver back in the day. You know, they'd struggle to get their needles threaded, and I'd sit there and load up a bunch of needles. I'd tell them, go buy like 4 or 5 packages of needles, and then sort out what colors you think you're going to need, and I'll sit there and thread them all for you. You'll just have pre-threaded needles.
Okay.
It worked. I'd have them call me up. Are you going to be over today? I need needles threaded. And I'm like, well, no, but I'll stop by and thread needles for you real quick. So that's just a service that I provided for the ladies because I understood how important
out there too that nowadays that weren't around back then.
Yeah.
To help people with that. Just like sewing machines when they started having
the
machine
threading mechanisms that fail rapidly. Yeah. But yeah, like I said, if you love it that much, there's a way around it. There's a way to work it out. Whether it be one of those fancy little threading doodads, or you have somebody thread your needles for you ahead of time.
Yeah, 10-year-old somebody.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I didn't grow up in a crafty family, you know. You know, so I didn't have a bunch of relatives that also crafted, and you know.
I could see how that could work, as long as the eye hole isn't smaller than the bristle of the brush.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, there could be hacks out there. Not something I've ever had to look for, but you know, when I was threading needles for elderly people, that was in like the 80s. So, been a long time ago, long before the interwebs entered our world. But yeah, if you love it, there's always a way to make it happen. There was one gal that absolutely loved it, but she couldn't see 14 count really anymore. And I told her, I said, just do it on 11 count and add one thread to your needle. And she did that. She was like, wow, this is way easier. And I'm like, there you go. And you'll have a bigger design.
And that wasn't, in reality, it was such a big adjustment. It made a big improvement.
No, but it was just enough.
Yep.
And 11 to 14, there is a pretty good size difference. It was enough. It put her in her happy zone again, instead of her craft being frustrating for her. And she was also able to use a slightly larger needle and easier for her to get a hold of. And I still threaded them for her, but she was good to go. She was pumping out them designs again, and she wasn't cussing at them the whole time either. Yeah. It just put her back in her happy place with her crafting, you know. And pretty much anybody that crafts, that's what they're looking for, is that happy place. When it becomes frustrating and tedious and maddening, you know, that tends to supersede any happiness. And oh, yeah, I've got a few of those. They kind of just came in a lot of stuff that I got at an auction years ago. I
Yeah.
keep them around because every once in a while Sis needs one, and she doesn't thread either. And the easy thread ones work well for her. But if I let her get them, she'll never find them again. So I keep them, and she just asks me for one when she needs it. Now, anytime I get needles and a lot of stuff, I test them to make sure they're still smooth. You know, there's no rust or, you know, anything that's going to cause problems using them. And then they are properly stored in a breathable tube. And I've got needles that I've had since I was a kid. unless it's a certain size of like a sewing machine needle, I won't have to buy any more needles in my lifetime. I'm good. Because I got embroidery needles, tapestry needles, quilting needles, darners, you name it, shorts, sharps, double-sided, you name it. If I'm doing a large project, I will use the double-ended needles for cross-stitch. And I can book it through a project with those. Especially if I'm on a deadline for, like a wedding sampler for a wedding gift or,
Okay.
that kind of
I
thing.
might have seen it before, but didn't know what it was called. Describe to me a double-ended needle.
There's an eye in the middle and a point on both ends. So it's basically like two needles glued together eye to eye without the thing in the middle. Yeah.
Okay, brain is not comprehending how that's going to work.
Well, just take a long piece of metal, put a point on each end and an eye in the middle, and you've got a double-ended needle.
No, I understand what it looks like, but I'm trying to think what is the advantage of that?
You don't have to constantly flip the needles, so your thread is not tangling. You up stitch with one end of the needle, down stitch with the other. You got one hand on one side, one hand on the other, and you just boom, 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 boom.
Ah, okay, now you said it that way, now I got it. Okay, yeah. Got it.
Hello, the silver stuffed house. Morning. But yeah, if you get into a rhythm and away you go. A lot of people use those for large sections of one color. That doesn't stop me. I can move through a count pretty fast because I've done cross stitch for 40 plus years.
Hey, Nancy.
That's it, Nancy.
Yep, took me a moment. My brain was like, okay, I know her name.
Yeah, it wasn't coming to me, that's for sure. Which y'all know how, unless the name is in the screen name, my memory is spotty at best. I can still thread a needle, but I can't remember a name. But I've never been good with names. Numbers, I've always been really good with. Names, always been a challenge for me. If I see somebody frequently face to a name kind of thing, or certain names for whatever reason will go ahead and stick in my head, others won't. There's no rhyme or reason to it, which also drives me crazy because I'm very much, I see patterns in things. And yeah, there's no pattern there aside from if I'm tired, having a high pain day, yeah, names are not going to come to me. Nancy says my memory for names isn't great either. My Boy Scouts laugh about it all the time. Yeah, they're not going to get it until, they get up there in years. However long that is, Kathy says, I started 2 button trees where I've been adding snowflake sequins and beads to make snowfall. I got one done before my cataract surgery, but haven't worked on the others since. You'll get back to it when you're ready.
Interesting.
Part of your challenge is going to be post-cataract surgery, you don't regain nearsightedness. In other words, you don't regain your up close vision. But as you age, you lose that generally anyways. Because usually as the eyes go, that's the first thing to go. So if you're nearsighted in life, yeah, you're going to miss it. If you're farsighted in life, it isn't really going to make a significant difference. But when you're nearsighted, yeah, you're going to miss it. But you just figure it out. You put your arms out just a little bit longer, use a magnifier or whatever you got to do. You make it work. You figure it out. I am really nearsighted. And yeah, mine's been going without cataracts. But I just figured it out.
Well, I can see up close extremely well, and the funny thing is that as I'm aging, my distance vision is slowly getting better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's common.
So it's like, but I'm not losing my up close either.
Yet.
Shoot, I'm falling apart everywhere else.
So am I. Didn't stop mine. I mean, I can still see up close fairly well, but not as good as I used to. Like working on dark, like cross-stitching on dark fabric is harder. I have to backlight it now. Whereas, I didn't used to have to at all. Didn't faze me a bit. Be right back. I need to kick the AC on. It's starting to get toasty in here. What? Table got up to move and like, oh, what are we doing?
Mm-hmm.
Just turn the air on, girl. I'll be right back. So she takes my spot. Okay, man, you gotta bring it over. No, not an inch. No, about a foot and a half. 9 miles. What you doing, little man?
Alright, tip folks. Do not put two colors that are so similar to each other in one bag and then realize they're not.
Wait until you find them that are the exact same number, but they're a shade different. And the shade difference doesn't fit on one side or the other of the color shade spectrum.
Oh, yeah, that's dying.
Mm.
When things are dyed, that's why they have dye lots.
Yep.
You can be crocheting something, have all the same, zinc, but even still the same dye lot. But if you're toward the end of the dye lot, and they still call it dye lot A, and you use that dye lot A in the middle of your piece, and you hold it up, you're like, oh crud, that's supposed to be dye lot A over there in that section.
Hmm.
And it sticks out like a sore thumb.
You talking about your site in general, Kathy, or just your near, just up close? Because it's not intended to make it worse, which means either whoever did it didn't do a very good job, or they used the wrong type of lens to best suit your needs. Because I know they've got different kinds, and um, the shape also affects.
Hmm. Well, yeah, because it's all about light bending in the yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Problem is oftentimes they do cataract surgery, but if you want your vision corrected during cataract surgery,
Yeah, it's an
then
elective.
yeah, the insurance generally doesn't pay for that, and you have to pay for that. So whatever your vision is behind the cataracts is what you get, kind of thing.
Yeah, so either they're gonna put different lens in, or they're gonna do a laser as well, just for the vision portion of it, or LASIK.
Hmm. It's interesting. I don't know about nowadays, but when my mom had it done, she was awake, but she wasn't real with it. They give you some happy gas or something. But I think that varies from doctor to doctor. Hello, Lynn. Welcome.
Hi, Lynn.
And says, I got a question for everyone here. What is it? Does anyone know a woman named Wren's coloring craze?
Nope.
Nope.
Should we? Well, Lynn, if you want, you can drop that link in here so we can all connect.
There you go.
It's kind of hard to connect to people if they don't show on your radar.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I ask you, should we?
Which is always a good question to ask when somebody brings up somebody, because you're like, is it a good thing or a bad thing? Do we want to?
Mm-hmm. Well, because the answer's only going to be yes or no.
Yeah, let me see if I can find the link. Found it.
Oh, Kathy did too.
Don't you beat me to it.
Young lady.
Hold up.
Young lady.
Cool.
Two ladies in the two girls in the picture.
Well, I am currently friend number 700. So that is a milestone she's been trying to reach. She just got there at 10:11 a.m. Central Standard Time, or Central Daylight Time, I should say. Durr.
I forgot how old she is. Because the faces look like that borderline. Could be 18, could not be 18. Could be 18, could not be, Were you trying to help her get there? To 1,000? You haven't got to 100 yet, Lynn? You're 58. Well, you know what gets you there? Is consistency. You got to put out a video like on a certain day every week. or about the same time. Something that somebody can basically schedule to, because there's so much stuff. But if they like what you're doing, they'll go, oh, I'm going to go watch this. And then what happens is the more they go, the more people that are connected to them get you showing up in their suggested video feed. Well, you can schedule them. You can make them whenever, and you can schedule them to upload it
at that time. Yeah.
Yeah. You don't have to manually do it every time.
No. Yeah, you can record and then just put them in the background private and then have them go whenever you want them to.
Well, on a day when you have more time, you do a couple of videos that day.
Mm-hmm.
And you kind of just build up a spare here or there, and that'll give you the one that week that you can't do one that week. You already have one in there ready to go that you can make it the one for that week. If that makes any sense. I know I'm talking like whatever. And videos don't have to be super long, so you can do part 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm.
Split up one video into 2 parts. And there you go, you just doubled your video time. Well, you don't have to upload them all the same day. You don't want. You just keep them in your system so that week, you know, oh, I got a really busy week this week, so you upload an extra one that week. The extra one from behind that week. Whatever. But if you do it in 2-parters, then it would be 2 videos, and you would be covered for 2 weeks. And you just start out with one day a week. Do you know how to see when your audience is on, Lynn? In studio? Because it's your audience watching your stuff that brings it up higher in the algorithm, and also makes it a suggested video for other people that they're subscribed to. Or maybe subscribe to them. Which then in turn makes them watch it and brings you up. Yeah. So. Okay, so you know the graph that looks like a digital soundbar graph with the time, the hours, and it says, and the days, and it's like highlighted in purples. Hey, Ma.
Hey, Tina.
Not how many. What time your audience is on. So you go in the studio under analytics. Yeah, analytics. Audience. I'm talking about this thing right here. What this tells you is the people that are watching your video are on YouTube. People who are subscribed to you and or watching your stuff, your audience. So the lighter the color, the less of your folks that have been either subscribed to you or are watching your videos are on. The brighter the color, the more of those people are on. So you want to figure out the day and the time that you have the most people from your audience, your viewers, on. And that's when you would release a video. Because now they're already on in that time period usually. So they'll see a notification come up and they will click on it. Now, if your videos aren't super duper long, which they don't need to be, they will, once they see that, they know, oh, it's going to take me 10 minutes or whatever to watch this section of the video or whatever, then they're going to turn around and they may interrupt their normal schedule of things to do, and now you become part of the schedule of things to do in that time period for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, or whatever it is.
And if you put them on consistently at the same time, people begin to look forward to.
Right, and then they'll also share you out more. They'll like your videos more. They'll get used to putting that thumbs up on your channel, which brings you up in the algorithm. Blue. I think the purple, like the brighter the purple, the better the time frame. Well, that may be because you might have a little bit more of an overseas audience than you know. Because you do anime, a lot of anime coloring. So you may have a very mixed audience in the sense of time. But you got to just look at that chart and say, okay, what day and what time is the brightest color? You know why I chose 10 o'clock? I actually chose 10 o'clock because it was the second brightest color of when my people were on. In other words, that were subscribed and or had watched videos of mine, and that's how that works. It's not just subscribers, it's viewers. So they don't necessarily have to be subscribed to, I believe, wind up into that chart. So I chose 10 because it wasn't the absolute brightest, it was the next one down. Because I wanted to build that to a brighter color by having my people that are on start watching and create a new audience in that time period.
In other words, get us out of bed earlier.
So like it, or it was I can't remember. It was like, whatever. So like, I have a lot of people that come on. See, where it really starts shading up is actually at 11 o'clock, except for on Friday. Next one down is 10 o'clock. So my audience, 6, 7, 9, between 7, 8, 9, 6, 5, from 5 to 9 in the morning is pretty much almost non-existent. There's a few people. And more than likely that's some overseas folks that are watching my video. Me. My audience starts picking up at 9 o'clock. Where when I looked at this, my audience was a darker color when I had first started going on at 10 o'clock. And now my 10s are at mid-tone. Friday's a little bit darker. But then it picks up a little deeper on 11 and 12 and pretty much the rest of the day until about midnight. Then it fades out to about 9 in the morning again. And that's, so I know me releasing a video between midnight and 9 a.m. is really not going to be beneficial. Because the notification is going to get lost. In the vast notifications that one gets, by the time they wake up in the morning or get on, whenever that time may be, just after work or whatever it is, if they're over in the UK, because they do have a bit of a, not a whole lot, but enough of a UK audience. So they may be getting on just after picking up the kids from school, and they kick them out to do their homework or go play or do whatever, and they're going to sit down and spend a little time on YouTube, So if you want, you can start out maybe the first month, once a week, putting out a video in that heavy time slot, the brightest, and then the next month maybe slipping it back or ahead, just that one shade from that time slot that was the brightest, and putting them there. Yeah, I don't do a lot in the video realm. I'm mainly a live channel. So when it shows me in my time where I have my show on that my audience is there, I mean, they are literally usually there because they watch me live.
Unless their hours flip-flop like mine, then I'm not always there. But,
Well, Lynn, There's nothing I can do about your schedule of life. But like I said, you can take one picture that you're working on and you can do multiple segments on that picture from one recording. And then that provides you multiple videos out of one recording. Other than that, I mean, I can't walk your dog for you, honey.
Slight intermission. Hello, Michelle.
Well, don't give up. Just think about scheduling it into your life. That's what you've got to do first. This is something you want to do and want to grow. You have to schedule it into your life. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. There you go. You know, YouTube is kind of like a job, almost. You make it that way. It can be a job. It can be a full-fledged business. You make it that way. Yeah, if you're looking at it as making it into something bigger, then I mean that involves a lot of time, a lot of energy, and a lot of investment.
I think what she's getting at is with her chores and her job, that the only time that she would have to do it would be during her dog walking time, and she's not going to sacrifice her dog for that.
Right, that's why I said I can't walk her dog for her, so she kind of has to, if she wants to do it, she has to find an area of her life where she can do it in. If it's not there, then maybe it's just not meant for you to keep it as more than a hobby.
Yeah. At least at this point in your life.
Right, and that could change in a couple of years even, or it could have changed in 6 months, you never know.
Yeah, true that.
Hey, Susan. So what? People will watch that. Listen, your people are sitting here right now watching me sort through diamond dots.
Yeah, I mean, if you like to color, do videos of your coloring and how
That's
you layer colors or shade colors or whatever. No, she's sorting the little gems, Southern Belle.
No, I'm sorting an oops bag of two shades that were very close to each other that I put together after I was done with the diamond art. So, no, I was trying to get my multiple bags condensed into one bag per shade.
She's organizing her leftovers from kits. And she put two in one baggie, so she's having to separate them because they aren't the same shape.
So I can use them in other art.
You'll figure it out, Lynn. If you want to do it that bad, you'll find a way. And, you'll find the means. And you'll just do it.
Mhm. This is precisely why Willow don't. Right?
Pardon?
This is precisely why you don't.
Yeah, I have zero desire to do content.
Mhm.
Actually, probably more like in the minus zone, as in, yeah, I don't want to do content. Not all of them, Kathy. I've put numerous bags together that are the exact same color, no problem. Just every once in a
Well,
while, you get a random one that just is off. I think they were probably out of one color number, so they went with the shade closest and gave it that color number and thought, nobody will ever notice. Yeah, we noticed. If it's somebody just doing a one off, yeah, they wouldn't get it. But, you know, the diehard diamond daughters are gonna know because eventually they're gonna have to organize all the leftovers from the kits. Otherwise, they're just gonna kind of overwhelm the craft room.
well, yes, and if I would have kept those things, then yeah, that would have made sense. Or they were, I made the connection between the two things on the list on the actual picture, and the numbers to the usually to the right on the list are the color numbers.
No, this is a she with an autoimmune condition that dropped my voice way down. Yeah, I actually used to sing first soprano.
That's Willow.
Yeah,
Willow
this is
Owl's
Willow.
here. I know you've seen her around before.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Don't worry about
That's
it. I think it's
okay, honey.
hilarious. Every time I answer my phone, it's somebody saying "sir." I'm used to it. Don't worry about
I
it.
get it too. I don't know, I can't tell in the tone of my voice, but I've been mistaken for a male on the phone too.
My sis answers the phone and they're asking, "Can I speak to your mommy?" Because she has one of those voices. So, yeah,
She has a
open dialogue
Kellyanne
world.
voice.
Puts me on the phone. I'm like, "Can I help you?" Oh, sorry, sir. Ma'am.
Yeah.
I find it hilarious, to be honest. I really do.
Hey, it's part of what made Willow very popular with the modding situation.
Yeah, I'm modding an auction this afternoon.
Yeah. So the tone in her voice is loud enough to catch your attention, but pleasant enough that it's not like yelling at you.
Well, if I'm modding, I'm sitting up and leaning towards the computer to see the screen better. And so I soften my tone, and people think that I should be, I'm a 900 operator. Yeah,
Hmm.
whatever. I find that hilarious as well. I find hilarity about a lot of things in life. You can laugh, you can cry, or you can get mad. I find laughing the most humorous and the most entertaining.
Listen, all you ever need to know, you can learn from Forrest Gump. Stupid is as stupid does, all those things.
Kind of like I'll only wear men's sweats because they fit better. And when you put them in the washing machine, they don't shrink up into high waters. Yeah. Why they cut women's clothes that way, I have no idea. But I like my sweats to stay the same length that I put them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to get them out of the machine and get a freaking wedgie first time I put them on. I think she meant the good bell. There's 2 Southern Bells on YouTube in the resale community. There's Southern Belle and then there's Miss Southern Belle.
Yeah, well, Lynn, some people are, I just say silly. Some people are silly brained. Just because you have your hair short or wear loose clothes or, stuff doesn't mean you're a dude or want to be a dude. You just like to be comfortable and have short hair.
I have short hair.
I'm saying, so it's like,
And yeah, I've been called butched because I like to wear sportswear, type stuff. And yeah, that's just what I'm comfortable with.
Well, if you had a ponytail hanging off your head, you would be called Sporty Spice.
I can't wear tight-fitting clothes. I have a skin condition as well, and yeah, it doesn't tolerate that at all. It doesn't tolerate most textiles either. Pretty much cotton, knit, or a cotton blend that is no more than 5% of the blend part, and I can't wear it. Oh yeah. Yeah, eczema will do that to you too. So will plaque psoriasis. I have hidradenitis suppurativa. Yeah, big long-winded 2-worder. Basically, my sweat glands don't like my body. And so instead of when you sweat and you purge toxin via your sweat, mine doesn't. I sweat, but the toxins stay and they collect and then they get infected and they erupt. And the only way to permanently resolve the issue is to have all your hair laser surgery off. But it's cosmetic. It's not covered by insurance, so.
Yep.
People will judge you about everything. I heard a story once when I was young about a gentleman
who's wearing a suit. They're all cool and collected. We can't do that for you. Because that's cosmetic. Yeah, okay, you sit here in a puddle in my...
Yeah. They don't care. But anyways, there was a gentleman, full suit, vest, tie, button-up shirt, jacket, slacks, fancy shoes, the whole bit. Somebody walks up, and I don't like your tie. So he takes tie off. Somebody says, I don't like this, so he takes that off. Well, you know, you keep going that route, you're going to offend everybody. So I'm me. Take it or leave it, you know? And I've always been that way. I don't try to please anybody. I am who I am. Take it or leave it. Simple as that. And if people don't like me, then that's on them. Because I'm not going to change to try to please everybody. Because you can't do that. You can't please everybody, and you're not going to be happy in life if you're not yourself. So just be yourself, whatever that is. You're not going to get along with everybody in life. They're not going to get along with you. You know, some people are fleeting in your life, and some last a lifetime.
Mm-hmm.
And that's okay. I sweat a lot everywhere. I mean, I drip sweat if I step out the door. And if I'm having a high pain day, it can be 30
Oh,
below.
yeah.
I'm sweating.
Yeah, me too. I'm that way.
But the difficult thing is I can't use most deodorants. The only ones that I have found that I can use sparingly is the clear gel ones. And even then, they build up in the skin sinuses, aka scars with pockets in my skin from all of the breakouts that I've had in life from the skin condition that, you know, so I have to keep those areas clean. Which means using special equipment to clean out those. Their skin sinuses, they're basically like a tunnel in your skin that traps, you know, dirt, debris, whatever. I don't use scrubs or anything with texture like that in it. Yes, cornstarch will build up too. Any type of powder will. The best that I have, what I have the best luck with when I really need it to prevent scalding is arrowroot powder. And I lightly scent it with lavender oil. Just very lightly, just a hint. I used to wear it stronger, but I can't anymore because of my COPD. So, but I have to be careful applying it because if it puffs up, you know, if I get it too airborne and breathe it in, then it can backfire too. So, in two different ways. One, it upsets my COPD, and the other, if it gets like on my nasal hairs, then gets against my skin and irritates the skin, then I can get a skin lesion there. I deal with a lot in regards to my skin condition and what I can use, what I can wear, but I've had it my whole life. So I had textile as an infant. Mom put me in one of those brushed poly onesies or something. And 5 minutes later, I was screaming. But she couldn't figure out why, because she just, you know, I'd been fed, changed, da 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 da. So she went through and checked everything. And of course, with a onesie, to check the diaper, you gotta unbutton front, or unsnap it, or whatever, unzip it, whatever. I'm not sure which it was. And I was red as a lobster. Absolutely red as a lobster. So she got me out of that and rebathed me to get rid of any fibers that was left behind, and put aloe on me because she couldn't use baby lotion on me at all. She'd already found that one out the hard way. In fact, it required a medical procedure to fix that issue. Yeah. Morning, Bud Files.
Hi, Sue.
But yeah. And that was before the skin condition truly activated. That happens at puberty. So, yeah. Then it amped up just a little bit. The same. Yeah. Yeah, I have issues with that as well. Cannot use Tide at all. At all. None of us girls could use Tide. Actually, the best one that I found is Original Formula Gain. And another I can use is their lavender something or another. Any of the others that I've tried? Nope. Either they set my lungs off or they set my skin off. Or I just flat break out in a rash. Yeah, there's actually a lot of women that cannot use Tide for certain itch issues. Kind of the equivalent of a yeast infection, but yet not. Yeah. Some people, that's all they can use. But I've known a lot of women that can't use Tide. So you're lucky you can, because you're one of a few. At least that I've known. Because a lot of them, it gives them major rashes in delicate areas. But my mom, my sis, myself, another sis cannot use Tide. And possibility the other sis couldn't either, but it's just never something that came up in the rare occasion that I seen her. Not familiar with that one. Is that a kitschy brand or is it a southern brand? Or I mean, I lived down south at one point back in the 80s, but not deep south, but Nashville. Not a brand I've heard of.
Oh, darn it. Knew that was going to happen. I let it happen anyway. Oh, Lord almighty.
I don't know what to say, girlfriend. I've done it too. In the middle of a project, no less. Oh, okay, so it's a kitschy brand. At least what I call a kitschy brand. Which is pretty much anything that's not mainstream and like Walmart, because Walmart's all we got. You know, unless you go to a dollar store or a grocery store. And the grocery stores are always way higher than most places. Not always, but usually. At least it's available on Amazon now. You don't have to try to get it on QVC. Yeah, I have a feeling she's standing on her head trying to get him off the floor right now. That chuckle would tell me, yeah, probably so. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, the few that I can readily see, the rest I'll just vacuum.
Mm-hmm.
Kill myself.
Good thing you don't overstuff your bags. You'll have room for the cat hair. Hey, happens in my world. I've literally had to get on the floor with my little sticky roller thing and get them up off the floor because they're in the carpet. And
Well, that's what I'm surrounded by is a little carpet, and so I'll just vacuum because I got paper bits and stuff down here right now, and
yeah,
I'm not gonna sort to little tiny, looking for these little tiny things right now because I'm not getting on the floor to do it. If I was on tile or something, it'd be much easier. But
yeah. If it was on linoleum or tile or even a wood floor, it'd be easier to find them. Just sweep them up. The only way you're going to get them now is pantyhose on the vacuum.
right, but then I got cat hair and
Pantyhose on the vacuum hose.
paper and whatever, and I'm not into sorting. So I look at things like that as, well, I wasn't meant to have that many.
There'll always be more. But yeah,
They were meant to go pretty up the garbage, Phil.
Yeah. They'll make the lint in the vacuum looks real pretty. I've thought about that too, Kathy, but anytime I've had to change detergent brands, pretty much a nightmare for me. It's like breaking in new clothes. Nightmare, yeah. So, yeah, I don't do that again until I wake back up. But it doesn't look like I'm gonna probably sleep very well today. And it's getting right on that timeline where going to bed and being up in time with the brain to call an auction is not an option, which means I'll doze on the sofa till I call the auction and go to bed after.
Yep.
But I'm probably up because I napped yesterday, so, or today, well, yesterday. It's all still the same day to me. Would have been yesterday, officially, but yeah, I'm not due for meds again until about 5 this afternoon. Which means no eating between now and then, so that I can take my pre-food pills on an empty stomach. So no snacking. Tina says, where are your shaker trays, Stacy?
What do you mean?
I think she means sort them into the little trays that you use when you diamond dot. Yeah. Easier to pour.
Oh, yeah, they're too... I think I would have made a bigger mess.
Not saying a word on that one.
Okay. Here.
feeling after that, though, that she's probably going to change to something else. Yep, there we go. Squish. And moving her out of the way. Going to do something different. She's over it for now.
Well, I've gone as far as I can go at the moment.
Oh.
So I'm done.
Don't make me spit my coffee out laughing.
Okay, what is this one? Hello. How are you?
All right, Kathy, take care, hon.
All right, Kathy, thanks for hanging out. Okay, so beer.
It wasn't me. Good Lord. Sable's sitting here cleaning herself, and she snorted, and she looked at me like it was my fault. I didn't do it, bro. Shouldn't surprise me, though, because she always gives Esme the stink eye. She's like the consummate snorter when she's cleaning herself. Apparently, Sable finds it appalling.
See, like this does not have the color numbers in it here, but it has the color numbers there. So the packages didn't have the color number.
Tina says, "Aw, cute itty bitty dot."
Yeah.
Itty bitty baby one.
Yeah, this one I may be able to hang up somewhere.
That's cute.
About as much wall space as I've got left somewhere.
Running out of room.
Listen, you know how dudes are with their stuff on walls.
I wouldn't know. When I married my husband, he was still hanging his socks on a vacant nail on a wall. He'd go to take them off, and they'd stand up on their own. So, yeah. He got educated real fast. We're not decorating the walls with your socks and your tidy-whities. That's all there is to it. Well, I just put them there so I could find them. Like, well, if you wash them and then put them in the drawer where they belong, you'd find them anyways. And that's how it's going to be from now on. He was like, "Oh, you're one of those?" And I'm like, "Mm-hmm." So it was like 99.9% of the rest of the population of women in this world, so you might as well get over it. She says, don't forget to write up on there.
Yep. Probably not going to need to, but I will.
On where? That's what I want to know.
It's a teeny tiny. It's just a 20 by 20 centimeter.
Oh, you're talking about on the plastic covering?
Yeah, so because if you stick it the wrong side,
Yeah.
it's a pain to get off.
I usually just put a piece of tape on the up side. When I feel the tape, I know which side to lay down.
Well, I write up, and if you can read it, it's the right way.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, for this little teeny tiny thing, it's got 18 colors.
Yeah, which means there's like 3 apiece on it.
All right. Oh, cat fact of the day, and then a quick break.
Okay, there.
When a cat arches its back and walks sideways with its fur standing straight up, it is trying to appear larger and more intimidating because it feels threatened. On the other hand, it could also simply be playing and may even do a funny sideways hop, which I think is so cute. The kittens do that nonsense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when they're learning that skill.
Be right back.
Yeah. I rarely see mine do that. Aside from kittenhood. Except occasionally Miles. But he's always playing when he does it. Might be what they're supposed to do, but I think a lot of house cats didn't get that memo. Especially bottle babies. I will be back in like 20 seconds. I need to turn my air conditioner back up again. Otherwise, I'm going to turn into a popsicle. Don't need that. That's better. No, never done the Polar Express. I did a little small town train excursion years ago. Yeah, it was a Christmas movie. Which one? I have 6. Aspen is apparently a ragdoll. Sable is a tabby, I guess. I don't know. Esme is an orange long-haired female. Jasmine is a tortie. Miles is he would be classified as a tuxedo kitty because he has a white spot on his chest smaller than a dime. But if a black cat has any white on it whatsoever, it's classified a tuxedo kitty. And Olivia is his biological sister, who is a kind of sort of a calico, but has the coloring of Grumpy Cat, but doesn't have the smushed face of a Grumpy Cat. So I'm not quite sure there. And they're all rescues. And we're all 6 months or less when they came to me. Esme, Miles, and Jazzy were bottle babies. I have. They slept through it. Since they were all so young, they don't really get excited about birds. I mean, at one point I had 6 cats, and we had 2 birds in the house. And aside from 1 or 2 of them being street rescues and coming in and learning that, no, you can't eat that bird. Once they realized that there was food in the take all the time, they were good, and they never bothered the bird. Either one of them. Different kitties than I have now, though. The ones that with birds have passed away. Old age. They get more of a kick out of, I have Dish, and they have Dish Escapes, which are just like screen little things. And they like chasing the leaves, or the birds, or the bugs, or whatever that they have on that Dish. Now it's an undersea thing, so they're chasing fish. What? You just got down, you walk around, you go to the side, and then you start pawing at my arm. I love you too. Yeah, let me close that. Because I know you're going to jump up here, and I don't want you clonking yourself on the head. Welcome back, Stacy.
Hang on. Thank you.
Yeah, Tina has 3 kitties. Stacy has
10.
I can't even keep track of how many you have.
10.
10. Okay, there you go. Yes, we have roughly about 2 dozen.
Thank you, Susan.
Yeah, we used to have a dog too, but oops, she passed a couple of years ago from old age. And just hasn't been a good time to adopt. And we're not sure with the 4 added kitties to the household in the past 2 years that it'll be an option. Because Sable and Aspen were my youngest, and I had a bunch of elderly kitties that had been with us since bottle babies. Then we inherited Mom's kitties when she passed as well, so they moved with us, and and no sooner did they start passing, and here come rescues. Literally on my deck, they just show up.
Mm-hmm.
We moved into a mobile home park, so that has an issue with cats getting left behind when tenants move because they have rentals here. And during the current state of things, there isn't a facility that can take a kitten. So, especially a bottle baby. So we knew, because of the circumstances, that if we took them in, that they were going to be ours. And they are. But don't worry, they've all been fixed. So there won't be any more.
Yeah, no, I'm a firm believer in not contributing to the issue.
Yeah, ditto. But yeah, the 4 that we've rescued in the past 2 years, 1 in 22, and, or no, 1 in 21, and 3 in 22. They are all related in some way. Cousins, or like the 2 litter, they were siblings from the same litter. Miles was brought to us by the mother, flat out. He could barely even raise his head. And his sister stayed with Mom till Mom left, and because Mom was young, didn't teach her how to hunt, didn't teach her where to find water, aside from our bird bath. And winter was setting in, She was trying to sleep under a shrub that had shedded all its leaves. There was no protection whatsoever. And this wasn't a good situation. She kept coming up, wanting to come in. So eventually we let her in. Because we had a polar blast coming through. And she was not going to survive. And I have repeatedly called the local organizations to see about a spay-neuter release program to stop the cycle. And yeah, they don't have the means because they keep finding border houses that they have to rescue so many animals. The biggest one so far was 80-some.
Yeah.
That has occurred during the past few years, if you know what I mean. And they are stretched beyond their means. Hello, Pam. Welcome.
Hey, Pam. Hey, you're home? Yay.
Welcome home. Hello, Slim Twiggy.
Hey, Slim. Hey, Annie.
Hey, Annie.
So what's everybody else up to today?
I'm working on a word puzzle. Slowly. My brain don't want to go very fast.
Hi, Pam.
Here's Pam.
Hello.
You're like, oh my goodness, real internet.
Yeah. After, I think, 18 days, something like that.
Oh my goodness, real internet.
Whoops.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got to turn this. I think 18 days, something like that. Whoops. Wrong way. Okay.
Yep. Now the sorting diamond drills or dots or whatever you want to call them. Finally, think I got that combated and separated. Starting another one, and I'm paying more close attention to the numbers on this chart that's on here. Because man, some of these are so close. Ugh. It's like literally a drop of white difference. What you working on, Pam?
Oh, I'm just sorting through some of the stuff that I've made for putting in journals and
Instead of the one big pile?
oh, I got a bunch of stuff here, and some of it needs to have rivets put in it. And
Oh, so you're tidying up what you've already done.
yeah, I'm trying to figure out what I want to put in this journal here, and I had made a lot of tags when I was up there, and
So I'm guessing you're back home from the cabin?
yeah, we were there for 18 days, which it was nice, but I really missed the nice internet connection I have at home here.
Yeah. It's understandable.
Did quite a bit of fishing in the boat, you know, when my husband was off of work, and he worked in between there, so it wasn't every day that he was able to fish, and we played a lot of bingo at the restaurant, and
got a fish hook in your hand.
oh yeah, that's right. We were talking about that on the way home.
It was an eventful week.
Oh yes, it was.
About 2 weeks.
And that was Friday, and my husband took that day of a vacation, and we had just been out in the boat maybe an hour at the most, and that happened.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd kind of put a
Wasn't it a
snag
three
in
prong?
things, wouldn't
Wasn't it a three prong, Kim?
Yeah, it was a treble hook. And I just had one of the trebles in my finger. It's all healed up. Just looks like a little scratch now here. So, yeah, it's really something because I got a follow up from my doctor's office immediately the next day. Do you want to do you need to be seen? And I said, no, it's just a little scratch on my finger. They, you know, from them cutting it out. Didn't need even stitches like the last time I needed stitches last time it happened.
That sounds like you caught and ripped, or like tugged on it.
Well, see, the problem was it was beyond the barb was in there, and you
Um,
know, a brave person could have ripped it out, with the fishing line, but I wasn't going to put myself through that. I tried to pull it out it's myself, and it was painful. So we just went to the emergency room because, yeah.
yeah, and I'm so sure they're like, well, another day at the office, fish hook in hand. Yeah.
Yeah, they said they get a lot of it.
Hmm.
it? That's funny, because I've had fish hooks in my hand before. I just push the barb
Yeah.
on through, snip the barb off with a pair of pliers, pull it
Yeah,
back out.
with this, you couldn't have pushed it through the way it was in there.
Yeah, well, the troubles, there's not a lot of room for that.
Yeah. My husband had cut that hook off the lure, that part of the treble, and with the side clippers we kept in the boat from the last time it happened.
Hmm.
Yeah. It was eventful, that's for sure.
And if you fish on the regular, sooner or later it's going to happen.
Yep.
And apparently, sometimes more than once.
Well, it's been 2 years. I went by with it as I did a lot of fishing in between those 2 years.
Well, that's not bad then.
Or was it last year? I don't remember.
Well, even if it's 1 year, if you do a lot of fishing in a year, in your fishing season, it's still good.
Yeah.
Casting, having the line snap back at you, or taking it out of the fish and slipping, and yeah,
Oh, yeah.
it's gonna happen.
Yep. Just kind of goes along with it.
Yeah, it's just like doing needlepoint or felting, or you're eventually gonna stick yourself.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Okay, so Willow, what did you say you sealed your diamond art with?
I'm sorry?
What did you say you sealed your diamond art with?
I still didn't hear that.
What did you say you sealed your diamond art with?
What I sealed my diamond art with?
Seal.
Oh, sealed.
Coated. Yeah.
Well, I've used some of, the stuff for the field. I've tried a couple of different ones. But I've also seen where people had used triple thick Lodge Podge, that kind of thing too.
Yeah,
So
but you've sealed a few. What did you actually use?
the diamond art stuff.
Can you drop me a text about what the heck that was? I may actually steal this other guy if I want to put it on my wall. Hi, Diana. Welcome in.
Hi, Diana.
How'd you hear the channel? Oh, okay. From Miss Southern Belle. Oh, Annie, you know Diana? Well, Diana, if you could take a moment and go to the description of the video, hit where it says more. And at least go down to about midway, and there's a little thing about a few rules for my channel. If you could go ahead and pop over there and read that, come back, let me know that's done, and I'll turn you blue. Yes, ma'am. All right, I'm gonna make you blue so you can connect with other folks here. You don't have to announce it like it says in the rules. People get notified or they see their numbers going up, so it's not a necessity.
Links on Facebook.
Thank you.
Hey, Diana.
Oh, you've not done it yet? All right. Oh, okay. So you've seen it live and in person, you just haven't done it yourself.
No, that's not good. That's stuck in there.
Yeah.
Oh, I've done some of the cards. They're fun for, something that you want to complete quickly. They got keychains. They've even got, like cosmetic bags and even little hand clutches, clutch purses that you can embellish with them now. Sun catchers.
And stickers.
Mm-hmm. All kinds of stuff. When I first started doing it, the cards was pretty much the only thing aside from, wall art that you could do.
Yep.
The market has exploded.
Well, this is just the modern equivalent of a puzzle.
Or the modern equivalent of stitch work without. And it goes faster than stitching because you don't have to tie in, tie out. You just quick change of a baggie or whatever, and you're off on the next color.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that.
Yeah.
The one lady I get most of my diamond art from, Save Here First, her name's Ella. She wasn't aware of that truly either, and I told her about it, and now she's acquiring more smaller items for her to sell on her auction.
Mm-hmm.
And they seem to be doing pretty well. Mm-hmm.
She sold some the other day on Johnny's auction, and yeah, they flew out the door.
Oh yeah, because when somebody sees something like this, they're less intimidated by it than a big piece, or the stickers, or the smaller, even little ornaments or whatever. It's less intimidating looking, and people would be more willing to try it. Plus, if it's a cost factor, obviously smaller prints are less money, or you pay about the same or a little bit more, and you get the kits that have like the multiple stickers or the multiple ornaments.
Yeah.
And she's fairly reasonable in her reselling price than I've seen places, so
yeah, I agree.
I'm not a Temu person. I'm trying to not jump on that bandwagon because I'll get in trouble.
I'm on the bandwagon.
I'll get in trouble if I go on that bandwagon real quick. So I purchased from her because, of course, it's a little bit more than what I'm going to be paying on my item on Temu or whatever. But I've become more choosy about which ones I'm taking. Where if I was ordering on Temu, I'd wind up with a stack of 30 of them just sitting there going, hello,
I like my stack of them that says hello.
Well, I got a little stash.
I know.
And that's good enough for the moment.
Yeah.
Unless I happen in on her auction, if I'm not busy at the time she's on, and catch one or two that I really like or whatever. But for the most part, yeah. I kind of try to wait until I'm low on my little stash, and then go and see if I can find any more that I like. Plus, she's in my same state, so they come pretty darn quick too. So it's not like I'm waiting forever for them.
Not me.
Yeah, I've ordered quite a few from Ella too.
Yeah, so have I.
Great shipping. She packages it real well, ships promptly.
Yeah, you price them in the craft catalogs like Kirshner's and Mary Maxim, and oh my god, they're freaking gold plated or something. Like, really?
Well, that's all about name, and it's the name of a particular adhesive. It's the name of the particular tool. It's the name of the particular whatever.
Well, they're the original brand name. Be right back. I gotta go see who's getting into mischief in the kitchen. It's probably Miles. But gotta go look. Be right back.
Kind of pondering on how to make a corner tuck here. Can't be that hard.
Hold on. Where do you want it?
Just a corner tuck for some of these pages so I can tuck different cards and stuff.
Okay. Okay. So, well, you can do, you want it to be band and not worry about the fact that the corner of the page is sticking out. You can do it in this style or that style.
I thought about using fabric, but then there's attaching it.
You got to put it on cardstock.
That's the last one I did like that. I probably should, and then I can.
Or you literally do a triangle. Corner tuck.
Yep.
Or you can still do a square. Standard strip. And just, you're not making it so much corner, but a tuck in the corner that would fit it. You can just put it over to the corner rather than feeling like you have to center it or whatever. Page. So there's the band style. There's full corner.
Yeah.
There's an actual corner, a pocket in the corner. Standard pocket. There's
I was thinking about the attachment part that, you know, can kind of be challenging that way if I use the fabric.
yeah, like I said, the only way you can use the fabric is to do it on a cardstock to make it not floppy.
Mm-hmm.
Because the only other thing would be involve sewing, which would be
Yeah.
folding up the edges, sewing them, making them more sturdy,
Mm-hmm.
and then gluing it on. Or glue, you know, even if you glued them, rolled up the edges a little bit and made them thicker, then glue that part, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's not also flat against the paper either. It raises it up just a little bit.
Are you
Easier
talking about a
tucking.
cover or a page?
A corner pocket.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, where it's not going to come off type of thing. Like this one down here, I sewed on. It's hand stitched on.
Mm-hmm.
If it was a small one, I could do that again versus getting a machine out. This is the one that doesn't want to stick for me. It's been a bear.
Which one?
This one here, remember this one I'm fighting with? I'm almost tempted to take it off and use something different. It's too stiff.
Well, what it is there's not enough gap for the paper to slide comfortably in.
Yeah, see, it's real stiff because I put it on I put the paper on a piece of file folder, so it's thick, you know, and yeah.
Yeah, that's just about either putting, like I said, folding the end down
Uh-huh.
and creating like a pocket, or folding the end down and gluing it and just having it as just a space, and then your item wouldn't fit in the whole thing entirely across. It had that little spot on each side.
Yeah. I don't know, this one I'm gonna definitely take off. I've re-glued it a few times now, and it's driving me nuts.
Well, it's because of the tension when you're trying to put something in it. It doesn't
Yeah.
want to stay attached. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I used piece of cardboard from something and glued the paper on it.
Hello, Wildflower.
Definitely too.
Hey, Wildflower. Long time no see, honey. How are you? Well, long time no see in here.
Have fun, Tina.
All right, wait up. Have fun. Welcome back, Diana. That's good. Glad to hear that.
Yeah, welcome back. Wildflower says, I'm doing okay. Glad to hear that. You can get up here. There you go.
So it was a little troublemaker, Miles.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
He had taken a piece of food from the food bowl, dropped it on the counter, knocked it off on the floor, and then pounced on it.
Oh boy.
And over and over again. Hey, Butter Roll. That seems to be one of his favorite toys. Piece of food. I swear he plays with more of it than he eats.
Hey, Dorita.
Which drives me bonkers.
So what's everybody else's plans? What are they doing today? What's going on?
I will probably nap later, and then call an auction, and then go to bed. Kinda doubt my brain's gonna be good for much else.
Mm.
If it was, I would be sorting wigs or clipping paper or something. I got a large tote of doll wigs over here I need to get sorted.
Coat of what?
Doll wigs.
Oh, doll wigs. All I
Yeah.
heard was dolls.
No. Dolls have already been sorted and everything. It was the last thing I had in my craft room that needs to get sorted and cold and moved into my bedroom. Because that's where the majority of my doll collection is going to be. There'll be some displayed along the top of a cabinet in my craft room, but aside from that, they'll be on the east wall of my bedroom. Because that wall is bookshelves. Oh, that'll be fun, Diane. She says she's finishing a hat for charity while she waits for her hubby to get home. And then they are going to be installing cat doors on the bedroom doors of the boys' room.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so they don't close their door and lock one in there?
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense to me.
That would be my guess. Lock them in or lock them out.
Well, locking them out's one thing.
Yeah, they can get to the litter box then. Lock them in, not so much.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, boys aren't gonna, care much, usually. So then it can get interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Tina. Have fun. Hope you get a lot accomplished.
Have a good day, Tina.
Each boy has their own cat. They're twin boys. Were the cats from the same litter?
Well, the kids were twin boys.
Well, I don't know if she's referring to the cats or the kids.
Oh. Well, she says each boy has his own cat, twin boys. Yeah, that could be. Either way. Is it the kids or the cats that are the twins?
Or both.
Oh, yep, same litter, a brother and a sister. So the boys are twins and the cats are siblings.
Yep.
Cool. I have a pair of siblings too. They're just a hair over a year old now. Cats, that is. All my kids have fur.
I've got 6 siblings.
Well, I've got siblings. I just don't have offspring.
Yeah, I've got 6 siblings with their mom. And 3 individual.
2 of my roommates that I predominantly take care of.
Mm-hmm.
One that my other half had found in his journeys one day.
Well, dear, I'm starting to feel a nap coming on, so I'm going to get out of here. And
Okey-dokey.
get some rest.
Well, thanks for hanging out.
Thanks for having me on. I will see y'all later.
See you, Willow.
Take care, Pam.
You
Bye,
too.
everyone.
Okay. Have a good day, Diana.
I just realized I left one of my favorite pair of scissors up north. So I'll have to get along without them. It's the scissors that I cut this rough edge with. Like I cut this rough edge, I use that all the time. Oh well. Yeah, I think I was just plain using too thick of a piece of cardboard on that other pocket that I made. One of those learning things, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
got a compliment on your journal.
Oh, thank you. It's been a process. It's by far from being done, but thank you.
Hi, Beth.
Hi, Beth.
What you up to, Beth?
Hi, Shannon.
Hi, Shannon. Thank you, honey. Oops. Yeah, know that feeling.
Bye, Shannon.
All right, thanks for popping in, Shannon.
I'll be right back.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Well, hello, whoever's in the background. You haven't said hello? Say hi. Let me know who's in the room.
So I was using some old paper out of this vintage dictionary from 1950, and the paper is pretty thin, and I had, adhered it to these, whatever I'm calling these, tags or whatever, and it's very brittle. So what I did was use a little bit of decoupage on here, Mod Podge, to seal it. Hopefully that'll keep it.
Yeah, it should keep it.
Yeah.
Not.
Yeah, it's the same stuff I got on this one too. I should probably seal that.
Do you find that the Mod Podge remains a little tacky?
Tacky?
Yeah.
No, not after it dries. I haven't had that problem.
Okay.
If it's too thick, it could.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, I did these when I was at the cabin, and these got that paper on it. So I'm gonna
Coat them over too.
yeah, just a thin layer on them. Where's Kim at? I haven't seen her on your channel for a while. Feel like I'm out of the loop.
Kim has other life events going on.
Okay. I know she had that. Yeah. All right. Well, the hubby's got the pizza made for lunch,
Haha.
so I guess. Had a little break there. Thanks for the help with the pockets.
Oh, what did you decide to do?
Well, I did make the one with paper, and you know, I discovered that I made that other one that I was having problems with sticking too thick. That was an experience. So with this one, I don't want to put it down all the way. This is the replacement on here. I just used the, did I use the double face tape on that one? Or anyhow, this is what I replaced it with here. And I'm going to put something else in it instead of that card, because this card is really thick
Right.
that I made. And so I probably should use it for another insert or pocket, maybe a pocket made with fabric
Pocket
or
or a
something.
belly band.
Yeah. So this has actually got a clip on it, but yeah, so this is what I replaced it with. So
Oh, looks like it's working a lot better.
yeah, I put one of my paper clip things on this end. So there's a lot of pages to this journal. Boy, it's going to be stuffed by the time I get it done. So, all right. Well, say goodbye to everybody for the day, and we'll see you around for sure tomorrow.
Well, thanks for hanging out.
Thanks, Stacy. Have a good day.
All right, folks, you're just down to me and Diamond Art. Hi, Bert. Welcome in. How did you hear about the channel? Oh, okay. Oh. Yeah, very nice lady. So, do you do art? Yeah. I see a lot of comic stuff on there. Do you draw or computer animate or? Oh, not on your channel. Okay. Why not? Oh no? It's okay, you don't have to be an artist to hang out here. I do have some folks who are not artists that just come chill because it's a nice environment. No, that's not what I said. I said I do have people who come hang out here that aren't artists too. Because it's a nice environment, just chilling. That's what I said. You're more than welcome to be here. Okay, just want to make sure you didn't misunderstand. Oh heck no! I like people. It's all right. Like, what do you do in your pastime? What's your thing? Are you a collector or? Oh, so you're just a supporter. That's good. Nice to have those. Now, I do have a few simple rules, so if you could, click on the More under the title of this video, and you'll see a little section that says the rules, and just let me know that you read them. Come back here and say done or whatever. Take you a few moments. Oh, okay, yeah, you're figuring it out. I get it. Dude, I'm just a crafter. I craft daily anyway, and one day I just decided, I can just, might as well come on here and spend some time with folk and, you know. Well, most of us out here in the YouTube world are small YouTubers. Did you check out the rules? In other words, you don't have to say, "Hey, became a part of your family," or "I subscribed," or any of that, because I'm not a channel that is just designed for that. And YouTube kind of frowns on using those kinds of words because that isn't what they want, or channels like that. So it's just so YouTube doesn't get mad at me for nothing. Because if you join somebody's family, they get notified, or they see their numbers going up, so they know that people are joining the family. I mean, it's really not necessary to announce that everywhere you go in chats. Yep, once I see you in here a couple of times, I turn you blue. This way you can connect to other people. Easier. Hey, Kelly. Well, thanks for popping in. Hope you're having a good day. I'm doing all right. Can't complain too much, you know. Not many people would listen anyway, so I waste my breath. Yeah, I know they don't, but they're doing this for over a year now, and you know, going into other people's channels and things. And I noticed that when I suspended the use of that word or those terms in my channel, my family stuck to my numbers better. And I mean, they're just different things. And I know it's not in the guidelines, but I don't know. I think there's more to it than those guidelines. Plus, they got a lot of bots that do their stuff, not really humans. And so, however, the machine is kind of told to look at things the way it looks at things. And so I just try to keep it, you know, I'd rather have the conversation about conversation than about, hey, I joined you, hey, I joined you, hey, I joined you, you know. What, Kelly? Well, I mean, for as much as channels that are just strictly about that I've seen come and go on here, they get huge because people go in there just trying to get people to become part of the family. You know, those don't usually stick as well.
I'd rather have the people who become part of my family more interested in becoming part of my family and not just as a number, Well, like I said, my channel is, it's one thing like you have a bot where a person can drop their link. That's cool. I don't mind that, like, but I don't do bots. Like that situation is kind of cool because you can come in, you can drop your link if someone's interested in what you got, even if you're not a moderator in the room. It's easier for them to connect with you and decide whether they want to become a part of the family or not. But when it's just consistently going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth in the chat, like I said, I like my family to be my family. I like them to come here and say, hey, I want to know what's going on here, like for real. Because it's less likely that a person who joins your family in that manner unsubscribes at a later date, as a later date than a person who comes in and actually checks you out, It's a way to maintain subscribers. You grow slower, but at least my numbers don't go crazy down in my subscribers list that I've seen people have, that do that kind of stuff. Hey, Stace. Hey, Cal. Meow. Read my own name. That's Kelly with an I, Cal. And Bert came wandering in from another channel that I'm subscribed to and who's subscribed to me and does stop in here and say hi. And I pop in there once in a while and say hi. Right, because like I said, for me, I want this group to be a group of people that come together in the same mindset to either enjoy just company, enjoy the art, enjoy just coming in a somewhat peaceful environment where it's not all crazy. Although, I mean, we can get kind of goofy. But, where it's not all crazy and negative and all that kind of stuff, too. Because some of those rooms where a lot of people allow all that stuff to go on, people could say some things, and it's, they're not the greatest environments. Like I said, I did my research, went around, noticed certain things, looked at my numbers, you figure it out. You pay attention.
Cal, you're just having a bad typing day, huh? You know, there's quite a few of my family members that don't pop in live, but watch at another time. Things like that. So I haven't, no, because right from the beginning, I set my rules, and my rules are final. I mean, I don't need stress in my life. I want to relax when I come on here. I want to enjoy myself. We may talk about some deep subject matter from time to time, but that's a part of it too. Some people need to be able to speak to people about certain things going on with them or their lives. But I'm not into the beat each other up stuff. Hence why no drama. Because, I said I'm a grown woman. I got better things to do with the space in my head than that stuff, A scholarship. What, that they're paying your way? Paying your hotel and all that? Well, shoot, girlfriend. They're willing to give you a scholarship if you lived out of state. That means you'd get a hotel room. Get a hotel room for the night. Take advantage of that. So when is the reunion?
Oh gosh, honey. Listen, the whole idea of a scholarship is they wanna pay for this stuff for you. Utilize it. Get pampered a little bit. Why not? I mean, you're gonna become known as the cheap prom date. I mean, cost wise, not, you know what I'm saying. What is it, like a certain dollar allotment plus your ticket? Oh, so it's right around the corner. Honey, it's not about being that kind of person. That's what those things are for. That's why they give them out. They expect people to use them. Why give them out? Oh, just the ticket. Oh, okay. Okay, well then at least you don't have the cost of the ticket, and apparently that could go toward buying your dress or whatever, which you already did. That's cool. I thought maybe they had a little allotment or something. All right, Bert. See you again soon. Hopefully. Thanks for coming in. That almost sounds like making up for the other day. Like a cocktail ring? I'm probably gonna be off by 3. Okay. Always tomorrow. Or whatever. My God, girl. Uh-huh. Depends on who's doing the opinionating on that one. When did you say that? Yep. Seven more colors to go. Well, welcome back.
Mm-hmm. All right.
So, folks, I want to thank everyone who came in. I want to thank everyone who hung out. I want to thank those of you who will watch us in the future. Please like, comment, subscribe. But most importantly, please enjoy the rest of your day.